Everybody should be back from ad break. There we go. Much better. So yeah, I was getting a little tired when I ended yesterday. I couldn't even think straight. Or gay, for that matter. There we go. 2 manufacturers running the radio control units. Yesterday, we started on our big aluminum project. We did the lower end version of the factory that only produces about 100 thingies per minute. Well, we just did that because we needed the parts. Now we have the parts, so now we get to actually build the thing. The 400 alclad sheets, alclad casings, and ingots per minute. I left a hole in my floor. Whee! So, I've already got the blueprints picked out. I've already gone through and I picked up the parts we need. Off we go. After we're done building the big mega aluminum factory, I think probably whatever we need next is going to be a big power plant. Because it's going to be about that time, I figure, as soon as we bring the aluminum plant online. I always wonder when it stops like that. It's like, you gonna crash on me? Nope, it's just loading the next area. So how is everyone today? We actually have some casings. I'm gonna actually snag that, I think. Yeah, gonna need some of that. Gay, could be gayer. Yeah, that's a fucking mood. That's a fucking mood. I would like to be gayer, but unfortunately, I can only be so gay at a time. You know how it goes, right? So I've done a little bit more work in here. We have this big window with belts down below. This will become important. Sadly, the capital has been getting in the way. Oh, God. Fuck if I don't know it. Anyway, I'm going to talk about, fake factories some more. Sorry. So, this is going to be the core of this factory. It's a very simple blueprint with 2 things in it. A blender and a refinery. We're going to make 10 of these setups. This is going to be sort of our core backbone. Now, what's going on here that this is going to be our core backbone? Well, the blender has the instant scrap recipe loaded in it. This is a really interesting recipe, and I don't think it gets as much credit as it deserves. Essentially, what's going on here is bauxite, coal, sulfuric acid, and water turns into 300 aluminum scrap a minute. Now, it has a byproduct output of 50 water. But why is it significant or different than the base aluminum recipes that also have a water output? The difference is how much water. 50 a minute. Guess what that is? The exact amount of water that the refinery wants to make sulfuric acid which is the thing that this wants, sulfuric acid. And even better, the amounts that they want are exactly the same. Outputs 50 water, takes in 50 water, outputs 50 sulfuric acid. You go right back around, and sure enough, 50 sulfuric acid. It is perfectly balanced. Thanos would be proud. An absolutely perfect circuit. You know, just without all of the genocide politics. Now, belting these things is going to be a little bit of a nightmare, because, of course, every single one of these, and there are 10 of them, needs 2 solid and 2 fluid inputs. Well, not quite. I lie a little bit. It needs 3 solid inputs and water. Because the sulfuric acid requires sulfur and water. So we have sulfur, we have bauxite, and we have coal. So 3 solid inputs. And then the sulfuric acid is just coming from the water. In fact, that's the way that we regulate the entire reaction, is we control the amount of water coming in. Nudge exceeds max distance. Then let me go back. Silly goober. There we go. So we have 10 of these nice little perfect loops. Like I've done on all my other factory builds before, I'm going to just sort of set out where the general buildings are going to be. Oh, and in case you're curious, the concrete block is there to tell me we're not dealing with that solid input. Ignore that input, or output in this case. Just ignoring it. But yeah, the blueprint comes with these guys already piped up, because these pipes will be essentially be closed. Closed loop. We will touch them once to prime and kick them off once everything is belted, and then never touch them again. Now, once we have scrap, we're going to need to smelt it. And then we'll do final assembly. We're going to build a lot. And I mean a lot of smelters. Let's see. Not bunnies. There we go. So we're going to need 2 sets of things smelted down. We're going to be bringing in copper ore. We're going to need to smelt down. And we have the actual aluminum itself. 15 of these, placed 1. Let's count them down. 14. 13. 12. And in the game saves. 11, 10, 9, 8. 1 second. I need to drink my coffee. Okay, where are we at? Oh yeah, 6 more. The other nice thing about being at aluminum is now I can use the tier 5 belt blueprints, and I don't have to worry about upgrading the tier 3s to tier 4s or 5s, because I blueprinted them this way. I didn't make the factory big enough. Oh well. I'll make it pretty later. Still there, cat? Cool. We still on for Baldur's Gate 3 on Friday? Oh, you're the one with the all pink outfit. Being pretty is your job too, but that's okay. You do a pretty good job at it. Good. I was going to ask you, it's like, it would be nice to get a chance to log into the game session and do some bag dumping and not have to do it on stream. See, I'm actually gonna put these close together because that way we can just feed. Nope, thinking better of it. Thinking better of it. Thinking better of it. Let's not put those close together. Sure, I could set those right up next to each other, but the problem is not all of these smelters are going to be doing one product. There's going to be a group that's doing copper and a group that's doing aluminum, so yeah, let's space these out a little bit. Like maybe there? I think the factory's going to need to be a little wider. Fortunately, let's not pull a Laveau and go all the way off the side of the world. My general rule is I like 3 foundations between each row, so somewhere around here-ish might be nice. Although I think that's a bit excessive in this factory layout. 2 is fine. Yeah, actually, that's not bad. I rather like that. I'm a fan of that. Okay, cool. Yeah. Sometime tomorrow, let's see if we can, like, do some bag dumping off stream. because Land Goshen, Baldur's Gate 3 has a lot of, like, bag management stuff going on. Almost like I'm playing FF14. Also, some point this week, we need to go and run M4. Preferably sometime when I'm not dead tired. It is certainly when you're with me. Well, I mean, it's mostly because I let you do all the looting. I'm just sort of, I'm not exactly the like, gotta loot everything gremlin. So once again, the assemblers here are going to be doing two different jobs. They're going to, some that are going to be making sheets and some making casings. Cat walks straight. I don't know. His cat certainly is not straight. Doesn't walk straight. But catwalks are good for OSHA. No! Out of parts. Sigh. Okay. Regardless, that's gonna be our general layout. Let's see. Let's do like... We don't need this bit. It's like it isn't until I actually like lay out the buildings like this that I figure out just how big the factory needs to be. So there's a bit of like build it out and then trim the remainder, you know? I guess this load-bearing pillar isn't quite load-bearing, is it? Alright. Got everything sort of laid out. The majority, I think, of this particular stream is just going to be belting this up. Which, I'm going to use a little bit different of a style this time. Hope you enjoy. First things first, let's get a little, like, quickie way up here. Using our hypertubes that actually work, as opposed to, like, Elon Musk hypertubes, which don't. Grab power line. Ooh, and some more belting material. It's a good thing I have a factory that's building it. Here we go. I'm not going to be able to continue without iron rods. Not bunnies. Okay. We're going to need to make a trip back to town. Maybe we'll go join Cat and sell things at the vendor. I always find it interesting that I use, like, the D&D terminology of, like, going back to town when I'm playing Satisfactory and it's not really a town, it's just a factory. This is the one downside of the really fast Hypertubes mod is the game struggles to sit here and load the different sections of the world when you're moving this quickly through them. Also, the autosave doesn't help. So I'm curious, Kat, how many times have you actually played Baldur's Gate? Like, have you gone all the way through it? Have you finished it? Two, three, four, five. This is true, but Go Zoom is very goof. Okay. I don't quite understand what that means. Nope, we are as far as I've ever gotten. Oh, so you had never even finished the first zone? Because, like, that's as far as I've ever gotten, too. I haven't gotten past that, like, first zone. I don't know what comes after. I had the exact same problem in Divinity Original Sin, too, because it's like, I would sit there and do the first zone for hours and hours and days, and then get bored and stop and never really go to the second zone. Seems to be my sort of general experience with these, like, Larian RPGs. As opposed to, like, an RPG like Mass Effect or Dragon Age, where I've played those through several times. One of these days, I want to see if I can get you to play those. I know you don't like FPSs, but, like, you can play them. In fact, they're designed to be played, you know, third person. Okay. Can I make a power line now? There we go. First things first, always have a way to travel and get back and forth. We will use our hypertubes that actually work as opposed to Elon Musk's that don't. And yes, I'm going to keep saying that. Gotcha. So when I said the goal for that particular stream was to finish it, I was actually setting a much higher bar than I thought, I guess. All right. Here comes the fun part. Conveyor lift floor holes. After we get through BG3, I need to figure out multiplayer mods with Pathfinder Wrath of the Righteous. Can you even multiplayer that? Would you actually like to do a multiplayer playthrough of that together? Because, goddamn, that would be cool. Pathfinder Wrath of the Righteous is a really good RPG, but it doesn't have a multiplayer mode that I know of. Though I suppose anything's possible with modding. These are our solid intakes. If they exist. I don't know if it does. If they don't exist, I want to see you, like, play the game all the way through just so I can just be there in the audience and watch. Also, Arushale is best girl. This way I can actually show you what a redemption playthrough means. Because, God, that's fun. Alright. On this side, we're going to have a sulfur input on the refinery. And we need an output for our actual product. So yeah, on Pathfinder Wrath of the Righteous, if you play a demon, it completely changes how the story goes. And the best part is, it's not one of those things where it's like, it is a permanent decision, but it's also like, you can redeem yourself later in the playthrough and choose another path, because redemption playthroughs are a thing. You can go be a succubus for a bit. Okay. We need 2 different sets of lifts here because they're going in 2 different directions. I actually wish Alcat would do a multiplayer mode. Oh, unfortunate. But not surprising. A multiplayer mode DLC would probably be very cool. Alcat ever did that. Well, I'm still going to, you know, harass and harangue you to eventually play, like, a BioWare RPG. Now, I want to do a really quick bit of math here while I'm thinking about it. I want 14 copper smelters. One, two, three, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14. Okay. Which means we're actually going to have to pull out the Digby tool, except we're going to use split mode. Now they're split. Let's mark these. Dun, 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 dun. Okay. And it's like, that's the copper section right there. And like, the rest of it is going to be aluminum. Out of motors. Nut bunnies. Now here, we are going to have a style, by building these, that I have not used before, that I uniquely use on this factory because of its sheer amount of... What's a good word? Beltiness? Like, oh my word, there are so many parts going to so many different things, so it's just like, oh, it's so belty. All right. Yeah, I can't really proceed until I've got motors. Okay. Back to town for parts. Like, the reason why there's a huge cavernous 10 foundation high logistics floor down here is just because there's going to be so much belty. But that's what happens when you build an incredibly powerful mega... I don't know if you'd call it a mega factory, because it's like it's only making one set of things. Well, it's 4 products, but they're all aluminum products. I don't know, could you call this a mega factory? How do you define a mega factory? Quick. I don't know. I wouldn't call this a mega factory. I call it a very focused, specific factory, because it's like it's focused specifically on the aluminum. But at this point, we are splitting the molecules that make up a hair. I will admit, Kat, like, BG3 is the first time I've really experienced like really doing multiplayer mode on an RPG. RPGs have always just sort of been this like first person thing to me. Like something that you do solo. A solo play offline thing. So this is a new experience for me, you know? Two, three, 4, 6, 7, 8. We are gonna need a bunch of these. Oh yeah. Actually, let's grab some more of those. We have a factory to build them. I'm enjoying it a lot too, and also it's nice for me to like have a stream that is just not satisfactory, so that's also healthy. Look at this. This is the bin where I keep my rubber, and behold that it is barren. Earlier, Laveau was like, yeah, I was thinking of building a fuel power plant, but then that's like, I have to throw away all of this rubber. I'm like, I lost my goddamn mind, because it's like, why would you get rid of it? I think just in general, more multiplayer RPGs need to exist. Like, in general. Like, back in the day, like, Diablo 3 was kind of that, but, that's more of a third-person isometric brawler. You know, dungeon grinders, as opposed to, like, actual RPGs with, like, role-playing and mechanics, leveling, stuff like that. The main problem with the old setup is that it just doesn't produce enough. Yeah, exactly. Always use a rubber. The reason I'm doing the aluminum is because I want the ability to use blenders for my big rubber factory that we're going to do next. So here's what we're gonna do. You've always sort of looked at me with a like, oh, how does she do it? How does she make things neat? Show you. So, I have a lift here. I'm gonna make it line up with this load balancer. All I've done right now is I've put the two on top of each other. They're existing in the same space. I can't actually build them like this. 1, 2, 1, 2. That is actually like yeah. Line up the mouth of it. 1, 2. Yeah. 1, 2. That is a perfect right angle. Right there. And this is actually going to connect that belt right there. Which actually you can see going underneath that way. Because that's the bauxite line. Which I have labeled everything very nice and neat. Bauxite input. 1,333.33 units a minute. And they're coming from the train. That's all coming from the train. Coal, 800 a minute. But it's like, I have so much coal in this area. I don't even know how much I've got in here. I probably got enough. But it's just like, there's so much coal in this area. I'm gonna have way more coal than I need. Now, we have 10 setups. So, 2 inputs, so 2. We don't need any more inputs because we're just bringing 2 belts from the train, so 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. And already you're starting to see why this, like, logistics floor is going to be as tall as it is, because it's going to be like 10 things tall, 10 pioneers tall. Now we're going to do the same thing with this intake. So that's the bauxite intake. This is the coal. Let's do that same thing. Start here. I'm using nudge mode, so it's just I'm pressing H to go into nudge mode. 1, 2, 1, 2. Now, there is a perfect right angle. I'm actually going to go line it up with the other one. So we're going to make this nice even row here of load balancers. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. How many inputs should I have? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. Now, can I connect these in a way that it looks somewhat neat? Probably not, but let's give it a try. The last one is just, no, you can't bend that way. So let's actually make it a lift. There we go. I probably have way more coal than I need, and I don't care. So, the other thing we need to do, of course, is we need to power all of this nonsense. Let's take out a row of foundations really quick so I can run some power cables. It'll also help the hover pack because it requires power to run. Runs so far across the factory. So yeah, I need to get some. Okay. Have a good day at work. Try your best. Please have a good day. Actually, I'm gonna put in a little power switch here. So I would like to have individual control over each row. Each pole being a blueprint section of a refinery and a blender. That switch right back there is the master power switch for the entire factory. Or at least it's going to be. One problem I'm gonna run into, of course, is still have the old factory up and running. I'm going to need to tear this down at some point. Hello, Regmu Snow. How do you do? Reganbu Snow. Reganbu Snow. Hey, yeah. I'm good. Just building an aluminum factory over here. Let's see. Hope your day's treating you well. Happy Wednesday. Let's see. $23.59. I'm guessing you are across the pond. And how are things across the pond? I'm not going to be keeping all of these inputs exactly like this. I'm mostly just marking where they are. So... there we go. Line that up neatly. There we go. Works something like that. Actually, overbuilt that stack. One too many. I'm Norwegian, and things are going, I guess. Hell yeah! Norway. Alright. Appropriately Scandinavian, considering this is his Coffee Stain Studios game. Oh. We are going to go into an ad break here in a couple of minutes. So I'm gonna just sort of chill for a second. Let's see, let's get some coffee. Coffee, coffee, coffee. Coffee! Oh, stretch. All right. Let's have a nice little ad break, and I will see you on the other side, so that those who are in the ad break don't miss anything. Regenbu is Norwegian for rainbow. Hell yeah! I love that. That's awesome. Thank you for the follow. I appreciate that.
_snow is now following.
Rainbow snow. Very cute. I like it. All right. Gonna do a quick ad break. See you on the far side. Gives me a minute to refill my drink. Ad in progress. I'm already back from ad. Gotcha. Cool. Right in time for the autosave. Okay. Let's try and get this nicely lined up. I may not be the best at making, like, round or circular factory things, but it's like... I do like making nice and neat factories. How dare. Well, if you have any questions about what I'm why I'm building things the way I am, I'm very happy to answer questions. Come on, there we go. Attachment. Ah! Rainbow snow, that is cool. Oop. Didn't attach that correctly. There we go. I have no questions. It's neat and tidy little spaghetti. Well, it's like, at least things aren't clipping into each other. This particular factory is going to have just a huge amount of distribution needed. Because, there are 10 different refining loops going on. So, do the best spaghetti management you can. Try and keep it as neat as possible. Otherwise, well, then I would hate it. The neatest, tidiest little spaghetti we can do. These right here are distribution lanes. Got an instant scrap recipe above. So these inputs are coal, obviously, and there's also that one over there is bauxite, which is all on the train right now. Then this one, that'll be the instant scrap return, and that'll be sulfur. Down there is copper. Try and make it neat, or I would dislike it. Whoop. Come on. There we go. Cool. There we go. Yeah. I don't think in the amount would stop Let's Game It Out from making it as little tidy as possible. I mean, that's Let's Game It Out's whole thing, is to try and, make it, like, functional, but as big a mess as possible. That's his whole sort of shtick. It's like, I know a lot of, like, Satisfactory streamers will, like, make these very beautiful, like, rounded factories, and it's like, I'm not that good, but I am very autistic, and I like to make things super organized. The opposite of Let's Game It Out, I suppose. There we go. Following the green guideline. Which sometimes can lead you astray, but I don't think it was now. Here we go. All right, we're what, halfway done? 5 out of the 10. I'm gonna have to start tearing the old section down soon, because it's just in the way now. Kill the bauxite source belts. Probably need to find someone to play this with again, though as little modded as possible, because I only have a gaming laptop. Yeah, it's pretty understandable. It's also, it can be hard sometimes for, if you're new to the game, to really wrap your mind around it if it's, too heavily modded, which this game absolutely is. In my case, because there's like 24 mods going on. Let's finish off what's in my inventory. Bauxite left. Yeah, you're not going to finish a full routine with that. Bloop, bloop, bloop. Bloop, bloop. While we're over here, thank you for your service, you two. And there goes the power. Down I go. Alright. Start cleaning up the temporary belts that I never actually fully intended to keep forever. These two are the bauxite source belts. I have about 400 hours in the game. Yeah, 400 hours. Sounds about like what I would do with one save. It's a good number. It's a good number. All right. These guys are not going to move anymore. Clean this up. At this point, I'm just wondering if I'm actually going to finish the game before September 10th. We'll probably cut this line off. And we can definitely cut this line off. Basically switching over from a small setup that was doing about 100 a minute per part to one that's going to do 400 a part. 400 a minute of each of the 3 parts. I know only reason it's not thousands because I don't have someone I can play it with that long without them losing interest. And I also try solo, but I lose all motivation. Gotcha. I've found that to be the case with some of my friends who play the game. They will either, only play it in multiplayer mode or lose interest. Yeah, I don't think you're exactly alone in that. In my case, this is largely my my relaxa game. So for me, this is soothing. Do we still have material in these? A little bit. I think we can probably delete this section. Yep, we are at a halt. Blueprint disassemble. Go. These were all on the blueprint, but as Mark III, so because I upgraded them, it doesn't recognize them as part of the blueprint. Well, that's definitely not what I wanted. Here we go. Let's take out the Mark IV belts. Okay. We good? All right. Main reason I need someone to play with is mostly because I've lacked a lot of social in my life and I've basically gotten bored of solo. That makes sense. Like, for me, some games are strictly social games. I'm that way with, like, MMOs. I can't play them without having, you know, in most cases, somebody else to play them with. There are very few that I'm happy playing solo. Almost none. It just feels like a genre to me that requires having somebody to play it with. I may enjoy the game just fine, but if I don't have anybody to play it with, I lose interest and log out, you know? Satisfactory's sort of been my, my chill game, my relaxa game. I almost always play it solo. Mostly because other people can't really log into any of my saves. Mostly because they're so heavily modded. Like I said, 24 mods. Not super happy with the positioning of that pole. See if I feel motivated enough to fix it later. I also don't like how lopsided the supports are. Vertical. There we go. One off. Okay. Better. Now it actually looks like a corner post. You've done clipping that not even I would do. I mean, clipping where? I tend to try to avoid clipping wherever I can. Oh, the big rock in the middle, maybe. That's clipping, for sure. I guess I didn't even I just didn't even... The cables. Gotcha, gotcha. Yeah, I do tend to, like, clip the power cords right through the floor. But, also, it's one of those things where, to me, that's how it looks the best. Different people are gonna feel differently about that. Oh, it's absolutely true. I think just about everybody. It needs to be aesthetically pleasing for, you know, whoever's building it. It almost feels like, you know... Yeah, everybody's got different tastes. Everybody's got different, like... If I ask two different Satisfactory players, like, what their tolerances are for clipping, I'd probably get two different answers. I know I have a very specific style in that, like, I like a lot of glass. I like being able to see out. And in this particular case, I want to be able to see these belts moving while on the logistics floor and looking down. Because these belts are almost directly a part of the functioning of the factory. So it's like, I need to be able to see, it's like, are they moving or not? Okay, these are the bauxite belts. So we're gonna go... Woo! And I absolutely need these to not clip. or otherwise I will lose my mind. But yeah, I'm up here. I can actually see the bauxite down there moving. I barely use glass, mostly because I feel like I don't get it to look good. I did those backwards. That's gonna bug me. Okay. A coal power plant in the grasslands. I'm guessing it's down in the valley near the lake, because that's the only place I'm immediately thinking of where coal exists out in the grasslands. Probably build a heavy modular frame factory there at some point. It's a good spot for one. Oh yeah. Here we go. Now I can continue. Is it what? 6 with 4 remaining. Yeah. Okay. Measure this. Bring this guy down. Probably should do a count to see if I've belted up enough coal, but I'm gonna finish this row first. Yeah, everybody's got little designs that they do that they really like. That's totally makes sense. So decent for the start, other than that I do enjoy Factorio solo. I've never been able to really enjoy Factorio solo. It's just one of those things that never really clicked with me. But that's not saying other people shouldn't play it. It's like, people should play what they enjoy. You enjoy it, absolutely go for it. Hell yeah. Hell yeah. And then we wait for the save. Okay. 8 done, 2 to go. Yeah, early on when I tried to do early versions of this factory, oh, the belt mess absolutely made me lose my goddamn mind. There was a certain point where I'm just like, I need to clean this up and organize this, or I'm just... gonna lose it. 9 down, 1 to go. I can see right now that the bauxite belt is not moving. But that's somewhat to be expected, considering the blenders are not on. Need the conveyor belt stacked in order to get the next one through. There we go. Last belt in this stack. And voila! Okay, the 2 solid inputs are all belted up. I usually turn the enemies off and cliffs off and just relax. I actually have done a very similar thing. I've set the enemies to retaliate, so it's like if I hit them, they can hit me back, but for the most part, I'm just like, nah, whatever. I'm sort of a live and let live. I'm just... This game is not an FPS game. If I want an FPS game, I'll play an FPS game. I wanted a factory game. Alright. Ad break. 1 moment. Oh, in Factorio? Yeah, that game is actually much better set up for, like, combat. In that it actually has a combat system, I should say. Be right back. There's also the fact that it's one of those games where I would say Satisfactory is not really meant to be an FPS game. The factory building is much more the part I enjoy, so yeah, that makes sense. Let's see. Let's do that. Couple of straight throughs. I cannot actually fit that. Okay. Yeah, that'll work better, I think. Then what I can do is run these source belts over the sulfur belt. And I will be pleased. Maybe not quite that far. I don't want to foul the copper line. Because that's the copper input right there. So maybe like that, and then turn the corner. That could work, yeah. If I'm not mistaken, let me check my math here real quick. Math check. Yeah, it's more of a third-person isometric. Two 666.67 divided by 780. Okay, yeah, okay. Yeah, I'm gonna need like double that in terms of belts. So 3, 4. Oop, nope. Go away. There we go. Okay. So these guys... Finished product return. Two. Two, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. Inputs 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. Okay. I think that will work. Let me test my work, make sure it all comes together. So that's going to be the sulfur, and this is the finished product return. My only problem is I can't really use that stack as a guidepost very well, because it's too far out of position. So, what if I put it over here? Nobody likes a wonky factory. There we go. I think that'll do. And not, like, drive me mad. I still need to run the sulfur miner. And the copper miner, as well as all the water. Work to do, work to do. Very carefully controlled and managed spaghetti. A lot of my friends that have actually seen me play this game, it's just like so confused how I do things organized, and so it's like the only way to describe it is just to show you, so that's... Okay, that bugs me. The beam clipping up through the floor. That is making me wish I'd put the floor up higher. Okay. Go down here. All right, that's 3 returns. Wondering if I should move out the autosave interval. Now's the fun part where I'm going to start running into the rock. Ooh. Sammy the Gamer.
Sammy Gamma
Hello, welcome in.
5342 is now following.
How's it going? Thank you for the follow. Hope you're having a good Wednesday. Welcome to my... Not much. I just got bored and started looking in indie server. I found your stream. Ah, very cool. Nice to have you. So, building an aluminum factory out in the Dune Sea right now. Going to produce 400 alclad aluminum casings, sheets, and aluminum ingots per minute. So it's a bit of a beast, but that's okay. I like challenge. Trying to do it in a way where the belt spaghetti is not going to make me lose my mind. I mean, I make it sort of, you know, a little loud so it's like I can hear it, because I want to make sure to respond when those events happen. But yeah, I can understand if it's a bit of a jump scare. I understand that. On this side. There we go. So we're at 4 down, 6 to go. So you're good with an occasional jump scare. Makes sense. Already got the... Before you arrived, Sammy the Gamer, we got the bauxite and the coal is already set up. I'm already regretting my choice to, like, not build the floor higher. A, because of the rock, and B, because the occasional bean wandering around. But this particular location was too good to pass up. Talking about you, Frank. Yeah, I'm talking about you, Frank. Frank the factory bean. Come on, there we go. Alright. 6 down, 4 remaining. The rest of this is gonna go by so much faster once I get this belt work done. This is the worst of it. For this factory, at least. It's at 6 and 4. It's 5 and 5. Ugh. I don't like that. How do I do this without losing my mind? Gonna have to do a little bit of a jig just to get over the rock. Nope. Aligned poorly. I did that better. The foundation markers. Let's go up one. Just a little bit of a jig to get past the rock. The rock sort of breaks my pattern. This one can go all the way down. But I'm not sure if the belt can. Let me line that up. Yeah, that works. Gonna run out of belt making materials here soon, and I'm gonna have to make a trip back to the mega factory to get more. 2, 3. Yeah, okay. Oops. Belt making materials. Conveyor stack bowls because we're using the piss out of them. These two stations on the left are bringing in the bauxite. The blue painted ones on the right are going to be shipping out the finished products. And this is what the top side looks like so far, the actual factory floor. Essentially, each one of these is a blender refinery loop using instant scrap. The water output is exactly equal to the water input and the sulfuric acid. We're a perfect closed loop system, and there are 10 of those systems. Long line of smelters to smelt the aluminum and the copper, and then the assemblers to do the final part assembly on the far end. None of these guys have power yet. The cover pack is not working. Let's go back and get some more sheets and plates. Hit the add to run while we're on our trek back. Be right back. And welcome back. This is the Spire Coast Mega Factory, mostly intended to build the parts needed to support all the other factories. And then, in turn, feeding finished parts back into this factory. Anything that's this factory is deficient on, build an external factory to support it. Which is what we've been doing with aluminum. Of course, this is the logistics floor. So, it is absolute spaghetti. It looks much nicer if you go upstairs. Much nicer. Got a bunch of copper in my inventory I'm going to need to deal with. But that's mostly from tearing down the Mark I setup. Let's see. Let's go up to the 4th floor. So you can see the train station. All the various train lines that feed or are fed by this particular mega factory. That's actually one of the bauxite trains that feeds bauxite to the aluminum factory we're working on. Alright, let's head back over there. An almost 2-kilometer long mega factory. I probably should just make a hypertube to cross it. Following the train lines. It's stuttering because it's struggling to keep up with how fast the hypertubes are moving. Hi, Levos. It's been a day. What kind of day? I'm guessing a bad kind. Do I dare ask what happened? Tiring one, not so much bad, just tiring. Didn't sleep enough. Yeah, I understand that. I've been passing out earlier than normal lately. Yes, there are 2 left, so my count is not incorrect. Good, good. I like it when my math works out. I was just sound asleep last night, and 3 hours into my 7-to-8 run, fixing my sleep cycle, and then woke up with rumbly guts. Understandable. Understandable. How long ago was that? Oop. There we go. I'm sorry to hear it. I thought about asking about if you'd heard from Lily or the others, but I don't want to rub salt into that wound if it's still a bit raw. Okay, that's it for the finished product return belt. Let's get the sulfur belt out here. Once again, over the rock. Here we go. I think next time I just need to build it higher so that I'm not playing chicken with the rock. And there's plenty of room underneath for the critters. Yeah, that's not gonna reach. Figure out a neat way to do this. So this is a regular pattern for Lily, huh? Do you have any idea what causes it? Like, is it just, like, family or life? Okay. So there are 3 drops on the far side, and then this one. So let's connect that one directly, and then just go 1, 2, 3. It's not super neat, but it's also not super scuff. Scrape the one on the top off. So that's extraneous. Come on, there we go. Hoverpack does not want to stay in the air. So yeah, I'm going to have to talk to her about it. I won't be mean, but I do need to come up with a solution with her because this is very stressful. It's more difficult for me than it is on the rest of you because I have additional ties to Lily and the rest, so it doesn't interfere with a lot. Well, I mean, just... they're a person. I worry about their, like, mental health and well-being, which is like normal when someone who is a friend drops off the face of the fucking earth. To say nothing about the D&D game they were running. And that is that. All of the bell work, or at least significant majority of it. Oh, what a pain. So I need to bring in the copper and the sulfur. Those are the two things that I need to bring in, as well as feed the water in, which isn't going to be too bad, honestly. Ah. And yes, you're new around her, so this is your first time seeing it, so I understand how this is easy for you to see a lot more significant. Yeah, that's true. I spent about 4 years around her a lot. And this is not the first time, even if it still sucks for me. Understood. Well, I just keep asking out of concern, that's all. Alright, here's what I'm gonna do. I've been streaming for about 2 hours. I'm trying to be better about taking my breaks. So, everybody do some self-care. We're gonna take a little 15-minute break so that I can, you know, get up and, like, use the little cat's room. Be right back. there we go. I hope everybody took a moment to do a little bit of self-care, take care of yourselves. And here we are. Take a minute to observe the wildlife. And there's your hydrate, Lepos. All right. So, these 4 belts here are our instant scrap return belts. This one is copper ore, and this one is sulfur. Also, we're going to need to belt up, or I should say, pipe up the smelter line to get them all smelted, which is that switch there. So, first things first, let's actually bring in our 2 remaining product parts. Or rather, 3, I suppose I should say. 2 solid and 1 liquid. There it is. There it is. Excuse me. Excuse me. Nice pure sulfur node. Let's get out my solo stack blueprint. Excuse me, pardon me, coming through. I have to get it down there, but let's see. Ad break incoming. Ooh. Not quite right. A little closer. Also, why am I building Mark IV belts? Let's actually stay ahead of the ads so that we don't have any surprise ads. I'll go ahead and run this one and be back in a minute 30. Except, of course, Lavos, you're subscribed, you won't see anything. Let's see. There we go. He's a very grumpy boy. Alright. Check my math real quick on sulfur. $444 per minute, so I'm gonna crank that one up to 480. Yeah. Just go directly up, I guess. Now I just need to connect those two. Nothing a little lift action won't solve. Okay, let's make sure. 5, 5, 4. Okay. I should update this hotbar, clearly. 5, 4. I mean, 480 a minute would actually still move everything, considering we only need about 444 a minute, but I have Mark 5 belts. I might as well use them, right? So there we go. That's the sulfur belted. Check my sign. Copper, 400 a minute. Okay. So let's actually go back to where the node in question is. There are lots of copper nodes in this area. Lots of them. In this case, it's really, let's just pick the nearest pure node. Hi, Frank. Frank the factory bean. How you doing? Literally just following my own belts here. Could also check and I'm pretty sure I've got enough coal belted. $120 a minute. Math says 888 a minute. Quick map check. How much have I actually done? Normal, normal. There's pure there and another normal. So that's 120 times 4. Thinking this through. Because we're only doing Mark II miners right now. Part of the reason for this project gets us up to Mark III miners. Of course, we need to do nitrogen for that, but that's later. Later. Right now, let's make sure we've got enough material moving here. I'll pull up my little map of the area. Yeah. So, 120 times 4 plus a 240. Currently it's 720. So yes, we are going to need the additional 2 impure nodes, which are here 60 a piece times 2, 840. Check my math. 840 is still less than 888. We might need to slightly overclock one of them. Okay. No problem. We can do that. First things first. Copper. More copper and we know what to do with. This one we will need running at 480. The nice thing is, when we come through with Mark III miners, these pure nodes, you just slap it down. It'll automatically be 480 and it'll give me back my overclock slugs. Let's grab the top of this tower and go for a little walk. I'm just gonna keep using these. I like these. It adds to my overall build count, but... It's not like I'm in danger of hitting it. Just makes the load time slightly longer. And the save times. Hi, Frank. Bye, Frank. So I do have a little scheduling update. Thursday, of course, is one of the days that I take off. Current plan for Friday, of course, Friday in the morning, playing BG3 in the morning with Catherine, and then in the afternoon on the TransXP TTRPG stream, we're going to be playing Thirsty Sword Lesbians. That should be fun. I'm so looking forward to this, you have no idea. That's not gonna reach, is it? Nope. You know, I think we finally reached the point. That magical point. Where I finally need the ability to attach belts to the sides of walls. I don't use it very much, but it's like... Bringing in bauxite? Yes, we are bringing in bauxite. And the trains are all stacked up, waiting to get in. They have like 3 trains bringing in bauxite from different places. Plus, there's 1 more train that is actually taking the finished parts out. This is actually a fairly busy little train line. I regret putting the hypertube underneath the train tracks. I should have put it on the side. I may go through and do that at some point, if I feel up to it. It's the old rule from very way back when I said, you know, never put anything on top of the hypertube. And then I've gone and broke it. Because it means the camera just sits there and clips through whatever you put on top of it. Do we even have any tickets? That's the question. Yes, I have 11. Oh, there it is. Sitting all alone. One of the few things I've never actually bought. There we go. Well, back to work. Back to work. See, when it doesn't clip through the thing above it, it actually looks pretty good. It just bothers me when it clips through whatever's above it. Like that. That right there. It's like, why is my camera like way off to the right of my character there? I don't understand that. Back in my forest of belts. Let's go upstairs to the second level. Come on. There we go. There we are. Just want these to clip. Is that gonna clip? Oh, looks good. And of course, the one thing I want to do here. That's right, I was going to put in a secondary lift header here. And this one was going to be on a bin that was just copper ore. Good old reinsertion bin. Oh, right. Last time I was here, I ran out of materials, didn't I? Yeah. There we go. Now, 14 smelters, copper ingots. 1. 2. 3. 4. 5. 6. 7. 8. 9. 10. 11. 12, 13, 14. Let's get the power hooked up. Alright, that's the end of the copper line right there. 14 smelters doing the basic smelting recipe for copper. We have more than enough coming in. I don't really feel the need to do anything super special there. It's the output. Well, I mean, 400. Yeah, output's the same as the input, so it's going to be 400. So we should be able to do that in one belt. One 780 belt. Hell, one 480 belt should be more than enough. But we have 780 belts, why not? I'm looking at the color of the smelters to know when I need to stop. Yep, gotta stop there. That is our 14 copper smelters. Give these an output to go and... Ordinarily, I would just go straight across into the next set of machines, but I want to buffer this one. There you go. 780 copper ingots a minute. Let's see, while I'm over here. Yeah, let's put an input bin over here. Just one of my little small boxes. I'm gonna fill that one with coal. There you go. Reinsertion bin. And another one. For bauxite. Next up, we need to smelt 2,333 aluminum scrap a minute. So that's what the rest of those smelters are for. I mostly just want to move this past the copper there so as to not foul it. Last thing I need is copper getting into my scrap line. Not that I've really ever had that happen, although I did have one time, it was very amusing. I actually had steel ingots show up in the copper line. I'm still not sure how that happened. I need to mark the downspout, don't I? Yeah. Let's go back upstairs. Never did figure out how the steel ingots got into the copper ingot line. It was clear that Satisfactory was having a fucky-wucky that day. So the hard part here is 2,300 a minute. That's going to require 4 belts at minimum. 1, 2, 3, 4. Just to be able to handle that much material a minute. Luckily, mergers and splitters don't care how fast they go. They go at whatever belt speed is connected to them. Alright, that's where they are. One, two, three, 4. Got a little bit of a difference there. 2, 3, 4. So just gonna desynth that one. Don't really need it. Do 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 do. Okay. So let's put in... I want some buffering on these lines. Because we're moving so much material. A minimum amount of buffering. I don't need to worry about load balancing because that's already being handled by the load balancers. There we go. It's buffered going into the smelters, and let's go get the smelters up and working. Because if we do that, we can start kicking off instant scrap production and get this whole ball rolling. Which is the goal, is to get this factory up and producing. Preferably in the next 30 to 60 minutes. Which I think is very doable. The worst part is done. Doing all of that belting and piping. Here we go. We'll mark these guys white because, well, these are our aluminum smelters. And actually hooking up the assemblers, that's going to take no time at all. $45 smelters. Each using the alternate recipe for pure aluminum ingots. Sure, I could use the base recipe, but then I have to add an awesome sink for all the silica it produces, and I just don't want to deal with that. There we go. Last thing to kick this whole thing off. Each of these sections, the blender and the refinery, they both need the fluid to get going. The sulfuric acid, of course, comes from the refinery. It needs water. the blender also needs water. So we've got a water line that's bringing in 600 water a minute. What we're gonna do is run it to all of these blenders. It only needs 600 a minute. I may come in later and put in a second one to inject water from the other side just to keep things balanced. I don't really need to do that. I just sort of want to. I want this to overhang so that it's easy for me to access it from below, which is actually what this row of foundations up here is for me to hang this pipe on them. $600 a minute. There's two stages to this. Stage 1, we hook up the water to the blender. Stage 2 requires priming. Priming will make this whole thing start running. All right. All of these beasties now have water. However, you'll notice the reaction hasn't actually started yet. I'm gonna go grab 600 water from the other side. So we're about to have an ad break, so I'm just gonna let the ad break go while I do that, because there's nothing really exciting about that. I want to make sure all of you are back for when I kick this off. And of course, Lavos, you'll still be here with me because you are the subscriber. So let's take this foundation and just go zoopty poopty. Yeah, there's that big old dedicated post I put there. Clear off a little space. I need some electrons. Electrical power. What is this thing even connected to, right? That numbing there. Interesting. Let me take a pole off of that there and run it towards this corner. Now we have electrical power. Back in this corner once again. Let's go out just a little bit. Do I need to do this? No. Do I do it because I want to? Yeah. I don't even have the parts to do this. What the heck am I talking about? Alright. Probably come back and do that later. The problem is that fluid systems tend to work best if they've got inputs from both ends. I'm gonna put in a little hypertube wall hole here. And now we sit here and do the little sing-song. There we go. It's dark. From the DC universe? Alright. Yes, I'm going to keep making that joke, so assuming it's funny. I blame Ryan Reynolds. So. The blender wants sulfuric acid. Sulfuric acid wants water. Guess what we've got? Got a big pipe of water. The only problem is this is a closed system. So, this is priming. This will kick things off and make the whole thing start. We infuse this water loop on this side with water. That kicks off the sulfuric acid. And we can remove those pipes because we're never going to need them again. This setup is now green light, green light. It is running. Because it's getting sulfuric acid, and that's getting water. This will not need tending again. Because it's a closed system. Perfectly balanced, as all things should be. You're hearing some of the smelters starting to kick off because now they're receiving instant scrap. As they should be. Thanos. Hi, Sam! Yes, minus the genocide rhetoric. Not a fan of it. But, you know, the, perfectly balanced as all things should be is still enough of a meme. Oh, this guy's done. I don't need to keep priming it anymore. Move on to the next one. Let it fill up, and then desynth it. The closed loop can stay closed now. It just takes that infusion of water into that side of the loop to get the whole thing off. And finally got the DMV coming out to my house tomorrow to take my picture so that I can have a valid government ID soon. I've been ID-less since last May. Well, I didn't even know that the DMV did house calls. That's mind blown. I mean, I guess it makes sense that they would need to have some kind of an ADA service to make it so that people who were housebound can actually like get access to that. So I guess now that you mention it, that makes sense. So, like, yeah, how many heads did you have to break to actually get them to do that? Probably more than one. Okay, this one's running. 6 down. They pushed for it, not me. Okay. Okay, 7 down, 3 to go. Priming. All right, 1 second. Understood. Starting to slow down a little on this end. The good news is I slept really well last night. I crashed almost immediately as soon as we were done with 14. And I'm actually feeling much better today. So, small praises for that. There we go. Alright, are we done priming over here? Nope. Let me check my output numbers. 400, 400, 533. It's at least 2 belts worth. Once again, if all possible, I want to buffer it. See if these guys finished priming over here. So unfortunately, it's the very end of the pipe. Alright. That one looks going. Do we have green lights here? We have green lights here. Very good. Alright. Belt up the outputs on these smelters, and then we can start bringing the assemblers online. And then we done. La 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 la. There we go. Unfortunately, the more stuff I build, the more complicated this world save becomes, the longer the auto saves take. Oops. There we go. It's a problem they should be fixing with 1.0, but yeah, that's a month off. Boom, there's that line. Boom, there it is. I'm not gonna sing it because I don't want to get copyright struck. Okay. What about there-ish? Put a bin up for buffering. That way, hopefully. Everything that's fed by this is at least fed as much as possible. This also has the advantage that this particular bin, I'm gonna go bloop. Actually, no. Boop, boop, boop. The reason I did that is so that I can actually split that off and, you know, aluminum ingots are one of our 3 products. So I'm actually gonna take a split off of that and go back to the train. However, it's now time for the assemblers. Checking, checking, checking. Checking my math. Maybe need to be 2 belts. Two belts on the aluminum. And on the copper, I mean, it should be about 400. 400. So just one. That one out. I want there to be a little bit of a spacer here, because otherwise I'm going to have trouble belting this up down below. This one needs to be the copper right there. So we're going to take this. Copper's on the bottom. Aluminum on the top. Okay. And we're going to need to drop some power down for these boys, aren't we? Land Goshen, it's in the middle of a rock. Okay, let's put a power switch on this. Why? Because I want it. Let's source this one. The power controls is mainly so that I can do troubleshooting later if I need to. Only I don't need to. But this one is the one that's going to go back up and feed it full of copper. There we go. Copper. This one... we'll bring it up right around there-ish. Don't want to foul any of the existing assemblers, so... 2 belts. 1, 2. And these will be our aluminum ingot insertion belts. We are almost done. I don't expect these to line up perfectly. Let's see. Bam, bam, bam. Bam, bam. Did I? Yeah. Bad alignment. I'm sorry. No, still not good. Good now? Wow, I'm getting tired. Okay. Okay. That buffer bin is already full. Excellent. Excellent. I should add that to the blurb sound list. If I can find it. Okay. Power switch up. Checking my math. Start off with 4 making all-clad casings. Which is already a very efficient alternate recipe. 1, 2, 3, 4. And actually, let's color code these. 1, 2, 3, 4. So these guys. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14 assemblers are going to be making sheets. And that will account for our third and final product. No. Dun, 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 dun. There we go. And I'm going to make a simple output right here. Considering we are now at the point where our output is 400 casings a minute. All I want to do now is put a bin on it. But you know what I might do, just for the fun of it? Let's put a second output. Not that I really need it. Because again, it's 400 a minute. Just because I like being able to see it. There we go. So, ingots, casings. Wait, you're kidding, Sam. You already? Okay, hang on a minute. I mean, yeah. Yeah. I would just need like one of each of the 3 sizes that Twitch uses for emotes. We can actually, like, I can get that information for you later if you don't have it already. But yeah, exactly that. You didn't have to do that. Oh boy. I feel like because it is a self-carry emote that it's like I should put it on the free tier. Let's do that after stream, because that's absolutely something that I want to take time to get the information for you correctly. I don't actually like the way I put that down, so I'm going to redo that. This should be better. Yeah, I think that'd be much better. I just don't want this bin to foul with the casings bin. The casings bin is already half full. Of course, it's like each of these produces over 100 a minute. And the goal here is 400 a minute, so it's like I only need 4 of those to make that. Okay. Sheets. 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14. Sea of green lights. There we go. Belt it to the train and we're done. Just need to... I mean, I may come back later and pretty it up. Put some, like, proper walls and doors. And do an aesthetic pass. But functionally, it's working. I do want to come over here with 3 belts, which are the 3 finished products, and have them go out this side of the factory. It's the last thing we're going to do. Because I have this belt stack right here. Which has a problem. It doesn't have 3 belt slots. We don't need the copper one. We're good there. So we can take that out. Going into add break. Remove this copper one. And one other thing I'm going to do here is I'm actually going to disconnect these from the train because I want to make sure. I mean, first of all, those belts are clipping, and I hate that. But secondly, I want to make sure everything ends up in the correct bin on the far side. Walls. 2, 3. Okay. Now I just need to run 3 long belts. Jeez, now I have a whole bunch more copper in my inventory. This is why I made a reinsertion bin for copper. Shit like this. There. Go reuse all my copper. Alright. Ah. One, two, three. One, two. And of course, ingots. And there we go. That's our 3 parts. Sam, are you there? Got it. Okay. I will probably come by a little later and do an aesthetics pass on this. Make the factory look good. Okay, yeah, if you're PvPing, no worry, I took care of it. I had to ban a bot. Did that? It did. Land Goshen, child. Let me check something here real quick. Okay, yeah. Ingots bin, casings bin. With sheets up all the way on this end. Okay. So it's sheets, casings, ingots. This one is sheets. So the bottom is sheets. Then we have casings. Where's the ingots one come out? Oh, there it is. I don't know how I'm going to connect that. Connect it and make it look good so that I don't lose my mind. Well, I think there's just one sane answer to that, and that's to not do it pinned up underneath. In the end, that's just a mess. So, let's think about this in terms of doing it from the ground. This is sheets. This is sheets. Dun, 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 dun. What am I doing? Not thinking this through, obviously. Okay. Just take these out. They are confusing the cat. We are speaking with the Steiner's accent now. I do not know why. The Steiners, the Germans. Okay. See, there's 7 belt stacks. There should be more than enough room for 2 bauxite belts and 3 return product belts. The trick is not mixing them up. There's also 2 coal belts, which I do need to actually connect up. Cool. They're already overclocked. I don't need to overclock them. They're cool. They're cool, my brothers. Obscure reference. Let's say I might get, actually. Alright. I'm me. Let's be smart about this. 1, 2, 3, 4. Because that's the order they are in the stack. And now I never want to be bothered by needing more coal again. Go away, we close now. There we go. Now, I just need to get these 3 down there. It's gonna be a little bit skew with, isn't it? Yeah. Because essentially I have to go around these belts. What if instead of doing that... Dun, 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 dun. Yeah. What if we just instead not do that? Instead, what if we... did this? And then we had a little, like, receiving stack over here. Hold. Screw that. Just do that instead. Now, will this clip? Because if it clips, I don't like it. It kind of does. I choose cheating. Go around the problem. The bottom belt is full of sheets, and that is nice. Come on. Where's my jetpack? These belts are not connected. Interesting. Go forth, my children. Come on. There we go. It's not connected. Oh, that's why they're not connected. Okay. There we go. Now they should be connected. Which is the easiest way for me to know what product is on one belt. I just look at it. Mind blown. I'm definitely going to come back and do an aesthetics pass, but that probably won't be today. A beautification pass. Okay, so here's the Earth. Okay, yeah. That's the sheets filling. This one's gonna be casings. And this one should be ingots. Which is that bin there. Dun, 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 dun. There we go. And if I have done my job right, then all 3 train bins should be filling. I should be seeing ingots. I do have some more. I should be seeing casings. I do have some more. And this one should be... voila. No, I actually need some of those. Here we go. All filling. Oh, and here's the train to come and pick it up. This train here. Victory coffee sip. Victory coffee sip. Go forth, my children, and deliver our prize. Okay. Now it's just minor tweaks. So there you go. That is the aluminum factory. 400 sheets, casings, and aluminum ingots per minute. I'm definitely going to stop at some point, probably in the next couple of days, and do an aesthetics pass. Maybe add a second water supply line that go in from the other side to balance out the water supply. All good. Don't know what this is. Clean this up. There we go. Probably upgrade the source belts on the bauxite between the train and the factory from 480 a minute, Mark 4 belts to Mark 5 belts. Because if I'm not mistaken, yeah, 1, 3, 3, 3. 3 a minute divided by 2 is 666. Yeah, I'm... Oh, number of the beast. Yeah, those 2 belts need to be Mark 5 belts. They can't be Mark 4. And this factory will be nowhere near optimal until I do that. By about a factor of 2, I would say. Also, it would probably help if I upgraded those to unload Mark 5 belts. There we go. Speaking of which, like, here, look. We just kicked this factory off, and it's like in between the trains unloading bauxite, it's already half empty. Because, you know, once this thing gets going, it's actually chewing through quite a bit of bauxite. As you can see, just from this number, it's pushing already, having only just kicked it off, it's already pushing 500 bauxite a minute, from 400 to 500. But you can look at it right there and see just how quickly it's chewing through it. And that's with the belts being half the speed they need to be. This consumption rate will increase once I make the belts Mark 5. Oh, anyway, yeah. Let's see who else is on. Because I need to stop and get food. I need to go self-care. Do I know anyone playing Satisfactory? Not really. We've already raided Cody recently. Just yesterday, as a matter of fact. Let's see who else is on, shall we? Any suggestions? All right, well, let's go with one of our old faithful standbys, shall we? So, plan is tomorrow is a day I'm going to take off from. There's no streams tomorrow. Friday, there's going to be the BG3 stream and the tabletop stream. We're going to be doing Thirsty Sword Lesbians. Look forward to that. I may run one Saturday. Might do Satisfactory. Might do something else. I don't know. We'll see how I feel. In the meantime, everybody make sure to take care of yourselves. Especially you, Sam. And I will see you all soon. Take care of yourselves. Self-care,